Welcome back, Generals, to another Let's Fix Generals 0 Hour to make the best game ever. Good, last session we did investigate and drafted a fix for the dbghelp.dll boot crash. Right, so when this file is in the game directory and you have an AMD card with an AMD driver, it crashes on DirectX device creation. Yeah, the workaround is to no longer load dbghelp.dll. Yeah, and that works. Okay. Now there's still questions. First, what happens if we enable debug tracing? Debug stack tracing. Here, RTS. RTS builds enable stack trace. Debug stack trace. Debug.h. Debug.h. Here. Debug stack trace. Debug logging. Debug stack trace. And then what does it mean if this is enabled? When does this kick in? Debug ignore stack trace. Ignore stack trace. Who's calling stack trace? Make stack trace. I think the memory manager is calling this. Maybe not. Stack dump. Yeah, who's calling these functions? I thought that the memory, game memory is calling this maybe. Stack. Here, stack trace. Checkpointing. Okay, let's enable debug and let's enable debug stack trace. There we go. Okay. Get stack trace. Okay, let's go to stack dump. And let's put a breakpoint here. And then we see when that is called. Pragma optimize off. And let me also put a breakpoint in here. We already have. Okay, so basically, if we call stack dump before this here, then we could have the same problem again, right? Yeah, so we need to then figure out what we do in that case. I will be right back. All right, good. So then let's install that. Okay, init symbol info is called before we create the device. Okay, that's interesting. So this one will load now the module debug help. There we go. Okay, that means so basically it will move on then here. It will move on, and then eventually we'll get to create device. It's really slow though. Okay, the boot up is very slow with the stack tracing. Very, very slow. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, and so by this point we will crash then, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, so then in this case, we need to do it differently. We need to the the debug help loader. We can make it a static class. Static debug help loader get instance. Static debug help loader. Debug help loader. Instance. Return instance. Yeah. Then we take these guys and make them private. There's no reason we should have multiple debug help loaders, right? That doesn't make sense. There should be just one. Yeah. I think. Here on this one, by the way, there's one thing I wanted to change. This one, sim get line from address. This one should not be a fail condition. Optional. Bool reloads. So the unload function should be down here. Unload m fails false loads. singleton class. Okay, and then we say we search for this guy. So then this no longer is a static here. And instead we do debug dbghelp loader get instance. By the way, we shouldn't call it lowercase get instance. Current document, replace all. There we go. Get instance. We should also rename these guys. Reload, unload. Okay. Okay. Go back to stack trace. Stack trace. Stack dump. Unload. Okay. Maybe here we can do instance. Instance. Maybe we call it debug help. dbg help. Okay. Maybe we should add a few more of these guys. Debug help. Okay. I think this works. Okay. On the other hand, do we really need to cache it like this? Maybe that's not necessary. Well, it is helpful so that in a debugger you can see what's going on in this guy. Yeah. Maybe we should do it differently. Let me revert this garbage. The problem is with the static inside this function, we can't put that in a debugger, which is bad for debugging. So how about instead of doing this, but then it needs to be a public, then the constructor needs to be public. Yeah. Oh. Well, we can do public static instance. We do that. And then here we say instance. There we go. Do that. Call it the debug debug help loader. Just instance is good enough, I think. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Let's do that. Okay. Okay, and then we go to our breakpoints here. So here you have debug help remover class. I think we can also put this into another file. Okay. Good. Then what we do next is in here we also need to a debug help loader instance. We need to unload common debug help loader. Unload, and then once that is done, unload. Unload. Okay, the problem is if we unload here. Okay, so if we unload here, then the problem is that the stack dump won't load it again because it will have this set to true. We can, instead of gs init, we can add another function here. Bool is loaded. Const. Return return that is not h module 0. There we go. Is loaded. Maybe put that at the top. Okay. And so in stack dump, then we say instead of this gs init, we put if debug help loader instance is loaded, then return true. We can remove this and this. Uninit symbol info. We say you also need to have cleanup. Uninit. Right. Right. Okay, that's a bit of a problem that we call the sim initialize from outside, so the loader doesn't know it. The loader doesn't know it. Maybe we have to hide it. Yeah, maybe Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. So it either would have to become part of that or not. Yeah. Current process. Yeah. We need to properly clean it up. Maybe. I wonder, does this cleanup automatically happen if we unload the DLL? Um, single threaded, therefore calls for more than one thread, blah blah. Debug help, free library, sim cleanup. Let's ask our friend ChatGPT. After calling sim initialize, is it necessary to call sim cleanup before free library on debug help? Free library on debug help module. Before calling free library. Yes, you must call sim cleanup before unloading. Why? When you call sim initialize, allocates internal structures and caches, may start background worker threads, may load additional helper DLLs, associates these resources with the process. If you unload debug help without first calling sim cleanup, you risk memory leaks, resource leaks. Okay. Okay. So we need to clean up. Let's see. Can sim initialize be called multiple times or not? Or just once? Process. A handle that identifies a caller. Process. A process that calls sim initialize should not call it again. Can we call sim initialize in the same session for multiple processes? No, you cannot use sim initialize to initialize multiple processes from the same session. Each call to initialize must be associated with one process handle. Wait, you cannot to initialize multiple processes. Okay, maybe my question was not proper. If you want to work with multiple processes, you must do open process. So you can do it. You can do it. Mm. Okay, but this is allowed for different. You can call for different processes. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay. Okay, I think what we should do is we should make these things private. Then next, we make member functions for all of these. Shit. Ah, shit. Okay. If stack walk return stack walk. So if stack walk return stack walk, that's return false. Okay. If stack walk return stack walk, no. Okay. Each process address base return null. Return 0. Okay. Process. Okay. False. Displacement symbol. Okay, next. Cleanup. False. 0U. Initialize. There we go. Okay, so we have now wrappers for all the functions, which have null pointer checks. And then next we do we keep a record of all vector. We keep a vector of all cd vector H module. Is it H module? Hold on. Handle. Some handle. Initialize. How do we call it? It can be a set. It's the set. Registered initialized processes. Okay, and then we don't make these guys public. We make them private. We call them internal. And instead we put here we can make them public. Never mind. Back up. Put that back. We say here if initialize processes dot find h process is not dot end, well, it's not end, then return false. Or actually, I mean, what happens if what would happen if we call this twice? Non-zero, but need not be a process handler. What? This value should be unique and non-zero, but need not be a process handle. Okay, so it can be a value which is not a process. However, if you do use a process handle, be sure to use the correct handle. Do not use the handle returned by getCurrentProcess. The handle used must be unique to avoid sharing a session with another component. And using getCurrentProcess can have unexpected results. Oh. That's interesting. I think that's exactly how it's used here in stack dump. It uses getCurrentProcess for the handle. Huh. Okay. That's interesting. So what should we pass in then there? Do not use the handle returned by getCurrentProcess. Must be unique. What value should we what handle value should we pass for sim initialize? You should pass a handle to the process you want to load symbols for. Okay. So ChatGPT also says use getCurrentProcess. But the Microsoft documentation says don't do that. I'm so confused. Do not use the handle returned by getCurrentProcess. And here it says getCurrentProcess. And then it passes here. It does not need to be a real kernel handle, a pseudo handle, which is fine. Open process. If the application is a debugger, use a process handle for the process being debugged. Ah, okay, so it's for that case, if you want to debug another process. Okay, I see. Otherwise, getCurrentProcess should be fine. Okay. 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 Then so if finds false, sim initialize. We say if that is not false, return true. And then here we say initialize processes dot how do we add to the set? So push and place. There we go. H process. Then we got this guy. Okay, and then here we say unload. Before we unload, we do dot begin. Let's do a type def processes, unique processes. Processes. Okay, let me say processes iterator it for it is not end. Clear. And then we do plus plus it and it we do sim cleanup, Oh, it's probably calling the wrong function, isn't it? Sim cleanup. There we go. Sim cleanup it. There we go. Yeah, so it always now cleans up before we free the library. Yeah, that makes it more robust. Yeah. Okay. Then here we do small s. Do we actually still want to fail if it doesn't find some of the functions? I think we can keep it simple. As long as there is a initialize and clean up, then we're probably good to go, right? Like this is the least we expect from debug help, an initialize and a cleanup function, right? Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Okay. Okay, and then on sim cleanup, we also need to say we need to say bool success false. Okay, and then here we say initialize processes dot was wondering if there's an easy function to remove, but that doesn't seem to be the case. We have to find it, and take an iterator. And then if IT is not the end, I think we can make a, yeah, we need to end this. Yeah. Okay, and then erase IT. There we go. Okay. Sim cleanup. The cleanup call, can it fail? Sim cleanup. Sim cleanup. If the function fails, the return value is false. Well, in what case can it fail? Okay, that's a bit of a problem though. I think we should put that here. I think we can put that here, and we simply do return false. Okay, and this one is wrong here. We need to do while is not empty. Sim cleanup. Dot begin. I think this will work. Yeah. Okay, then let's go to stack dump. There will be now a bunch of compile errors. Okay, so we're looking for this one. Sim needs to be renamed to sim. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, here we have a problem though. Hmm. This doesn't work. Because it's a member function. Yeah. Okay, we can remove this here. It should be now obsolete because this one already has a check inside. Okay, so the usage pattern here appears to require that this one is a static function or so. We could make all of these guys statics. Static. Or we just make these guys statics. Let's make this also a function here in the CPP. Let's load it. Okay, so now maybe we should just make all these guys static. And these guys are not static. Instead, we have now a private instance. Private instance. call it S instance. Okay. I'm going to do S instance. Maybe we should make the name a bit shorter. Instance is quite a bit long, isn't it? Maybe we just call it inst capital. It's a bit easy on the eyes, isn't it? Oof. Let's do a find and replace. Search for m underscore. There we go. Okay, so this should work. Okay, now we have static functions, which means we should be able to use these function pointers and pass them around, right? Yeah. Maybe we can use these guys up here. Put them here. Is singleton class. There we go. Okay, this should work. Let's go to our stack dump. Stack dump. Now we need to make a couple changes in here as well again. So instead of instance, we can now call these directly. So this, and that simply becomes that. Oh, oops. Almost. That. There we go. There we go. Okay. I wonder if debug help loader is still a good name. Debug help loader, debug help. Could be called wrapper loader, debug help loader. I think it's fine. Yeah. Okay, it's still complaining. Why? Incompatible. Void star std call. So because the calling convention is different? What's the problem? Static. Which function is it? Sim function table access. Will this work? Aha. Okay, so there has to be a Win API. Okay. Do I also need to put the same in here? Or is that not necessary? Let's see. Reload must return a value. Reload. Return. Load. Error instance. Unload. Okay, so basically this now just unloads. And if someone wants to use it again, they just load it again, right? So the stack dump will then just load it again the next time it wants to use it. That should work. Yeah. Okay, it does compile. Then we go to stack dump. No, we go to our breakpoint. So we have a breakpoint in here. Yeah. Let's put a breakpoint here and here. Okay, good. Let's run this junk. So is loaded will be false. Now it will load that shit. Yeah. Yeah. Now it will get the pointers. Oh, it failed. What happened? Okay. English. Because it's renamed right now. Sim initialize. Okay, I'm quite a bit. What debug help has it loaded now? Aha, from Windows. And that one fails to get sim initialize. No, it does get it. Okay. Okay, so it can also work with the debug help DLL from the Windows directory. Yeah. Okay, and that has succeeded. Okay. Now, it also should, let me, it should no longer be necessary to call sim cleanup here because the debug help loader will already take care of that, so we can get rid of this. We also no longer need the GS in it. We should say we should say unload. I think we don't need any condition here. We can totally do it like this. It should work. Then we can also remove this here. Okay. So this one succeeds now. Now there will be another call into it, right? Oh, we have a crash. Oof. What is a crash? Yeah, that is unexpected. Okay, that crash is unexpected. Why does it crash on accessing this map? Pre-main init memory manager. Aha, it's not lit initialized. Aha. I see. Okay, the problem is that this is now an initializing order problem. So we need to somehow say that this guy needs to be created when it's used the first time. Load. When we call load, unload, we can make this a pointer. Make this a pointer. Oh. Yeah, and then we initialize it to null. And then let me think. How do we deal with this? I would need to say we need to return if inst and inst. Loads. If not, inst, if inst equals null, then inst equals new but this is now an allocation, and this allocation would happen inside the creation of the memory pool. Oof. I hope that works. I don't know. I hope it works. Okay, let's search for inst and replace inst with inst pointer. Okay. Okay, so load is that, reload, unload. Unload. I think the destructor should not call unload. Instead here we call delete. Delete inst equals null. We say if inst equals null, then return already unloaded. Unload load. There we go. If inst equals null or that, or we say if inst null return false, false, can simplify this actually to if inst and that if inst okay. Okay, I would also advocate for saying explicitly not null pointer. Makes makes it a bit easier to understand on first glance. Okay. Okay, so far so good. I don't know what's going on here. Ah, I see. That is going on. Okay. Okay, let's double check that all our inst pointer accesses are guarded. Well, that looks good. Yep, here it's guarded. Yeah. Yeah. Here we can simplify that. Okay, what do we do with this failed thing now? Nothing. Loads. We need to say we need to say if failed, if failed, then return false. Okay. Okay, I think this works. Maybe. Already has failed. Let's say check if it, let's say return early if it fails before. Optimization. Okay, this looks plausible to me. Let's see. Okay, now the only question I have is, will it actually allocate correctly? Right? Maybe we need to use malloc. If it does not work, then we need to use malloc free. Let's see. Because it wants to allocate inside while creating the memory pools, right? So it could be tricky. Let's see. Oof. Recursive call. Okay, so this will crash recursively. Yeah. Yeah. So it just keeps on calling and there will be a stack overflow. Yeah. Okay, so that doesn't work. Then I guess we have to use malloc. Malloc size of, what the hell is that? Size of debug help loader. Okay. Okay, then we do placement new, new inst. Is that correct? That way, okay. Cannot use new delete. Cannot use new delete here if debug help is loaded during game memory manager game. I forgot what the function is called. Debug help is loaded if this is loaded during game memory initialization. And so on unload we need to do inst if inst, well it must be inst, inst can we call it a structure like this? Free inst malloc. Okay. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here. Let's see if that works. So this is loading, yeah. It's allocating, yeah. And what happened? What? Crash. Okay, something was not right here. Let me see that again. Is loaded. So yeah. Debug crash. Ah. So std set will allocate and crash. Oh, I see. Ah. Um. I see. Okay, so the problem is std set also uses new delete. Ugh. Ugh. I see. I see. Oh, okay. Um. I see. Um. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, how do we? So the problem. Okay, so the problem is we want to use it before the memory manager is initialized. Yeah. Mm, mm, um. mm, mm, mm. I think can we have a let me go to here. Can you write me a SD allocator that uses malloc and free? Malloc allocator. Um, can you write it to be C++ 98 compatible? Okay, let's try that. So we just put it for now here at the top. Yeah. Okay, so basically we want to use std set and then we use a different allocator. Std less handler and malloc allocator. Okay, that doesn't work because that one also has a type. Yeah, handle. Okay, does this work? STD malloc, is that legal? STD malloc. I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. STD free, STD malloc. I guess we'll figure it out. Okay. Then let's see if that works. If that compiles to begin with. It doesn't, of course not. It still uses numeric limits. Let's just do FFF. Allocate. Let's do size t is 0 u. Wait, what did it say before? Numeric limits max divided by size of t. There we go. Okay, let's see if that works. It does compile. Okay, so limits we remove. Okay, so load it, loads, malloc, new. Okay. Okay. All right. Fair. Fair. So far is fair. I think the big question comes, what happens when we call sim initialize, right? Sim initialize. Yeah. And here in place. This is now dangerous territory, but that looked good. Okay, that works. Fantastic. Okay, this works now. Yeah, and now this one should return early. Yeah, and it does. And this does some work now. Okay, this looks very, very promising. It was more complicated than I initially anticipated. Yeah. There are quite a few traps. Yeah. Quite a few traps. Okay, now we're here. Now we called unload. Unfortunately, the breakpoint wasn't at the right location, but okay. Yeah, it would have been nice if it was one earlier. Okay, but it should have now unloaded debug help, right? Let me just check that. Debug. I don't see it. Yeah, it seems to be gone. Okay, and hopefully it also didn't leak anything. Now the remover class, I just noticed that oh, I think this implementation is incorrect. This is incorrect. We need to say we need to if it's to define debug help DLL ASCII. How about we make this a more generic? We call this a file file temporary file renamer. Temporary file renamer. And we pass it in a const char file name. put a ASCII string file name. File name. And then we move file. We do file. Maybe we do another file name. Temporary file renamer. File name. Then we do a const char. Why don't we do it with white char? Makes it more versatile. File name. Probably do a white char here, right? White char. Rename to. We do here rename to. Rename to. Okay, file name. Okay, this one needs to be Unicode string. Then we do a move file W. I do file name. File name dot str. Rename to str. Rename to. Okay, then here we do rename to str. And file name str. Then here we do an ASCII string, a Unicode string. TMP file name. And we do that, and then we do dot concat the text string, right? Yeah, concat dot tmp. Then we do fopen, wfopen. Wfopen, is that a thing? Wfopen. Is that standard or not? Wfopen. It's used nowhere. Fopen white char. Fopen white char. Wait, there's no version which takes a white char. std. Okay, if that's not the case, then I don't know what that would be. Then we do it without white for now. Do ASCII string. Let the next person figure that out if it's ever needed. Okay, move file a. ASCII string concat tmp fopen tmp file wb. Okay, and now we need to say if we have this tmp file, if do we even need to keep this handle here? I don't think we need to keep this handle. I think we can say file, and then if file, then if close file. We don't need to keep that handle, right? We just create a file and that's it. Oh, actually, no, let's keep that open. No. Because we want to know that it exists, right? Yeah, let's keep that open. I think that's better. Or not. We need to say, hold on, if, maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe we need to say file equals fopen. Let's have a private function, build get tmp file name. It still creates tmp file name, const return rename to file name. Okay, maybe also just keep that allocated std string tmp file name. Then here we say mtmp file name equals create tmp file name. There we go. And we take that. Then here we take no. We don't store it. We don't store it. ASCII string tmp file name. There we go. Then here we do tmp file name, create that, fopen str, and then we do reads. And if it can open that file, if file is not null, then we really don't need that here. Then we can do here file. Actually, hold on. We can optimization is we do m file here. We say if m file is null, then we open m file here locally. Here, m file. That's. And then we say if file, then we move, and then we close it, and then remove. Hold on, this needs to. This one needs to go here. I mean, here we need to say if that dot empty is empty, then that create tmp file name, and then remove tmp file name. Yeah, and the F clause you can actually do right here already. F open. F close. Is this correct now? Maybe it is. Also set it to null for courtesy. Okay, this might work. Let me go here and rename this one. Actually, let's rename this to TMP. Ah no, this is called bug, and this is called TMP. No, this is called DLL TMP. Expected DLL.tmp. The next step, we will use this class, temporary file renamer. Yeah. Debug help renamer. And we initialize that with debug help.dll and debug help.dll.bug. Okay. Good, let me remove this here. We will move this to a separate file later. It doesn't really belong here into this file. Okay. Okay, let me test that. Do we maybe need to unoptimize this here? There. Okay, so we know that the malloc stuff works correctly. That is good. Yeah. What's the time, by the way? 2 hours 16 only. We still have more on the tank. Until everything is fixed. Until the whole game is done. No break until then. No sleep, no food. Until the game is fixed. In case you wonder why it's loading so slow, it's because there's this debug enabled that does the stack tracing, which is very, very slow. But I need to enable it so that I can debug here the problems, right? Okay, so right now the debug help should be loaded, right? Debug, yeah, there it is. And it has loaded it from a system, from Windows, because the one we have locally right now is already renamed. Okay, so what should happen now is it should unload this debug help, and it did. It's gone now. And now we go to debug help renamer, and it will figure out that it won't be able to rename anything because this file does not exist in here. Yeah. And so let's put a breakpoint here in the destructor. Yeah. Okay, and then it will do its stuff. It will create a device, and then it will go to the destructor, and now the file is 0, so it will create the TMP file name here, yeah, which is the one that we have set here, yeah. Then it will open that file, and it has succeeded, so it knows now that this file exists. Now it will close the file again. I'll set it to null. Now it will rename the bug to this one, so it will name it back. And now it will remove the TMP file because the job is done. There we go. Job is done. Rename is reverted. Yeah. Maybe we should also, let's press continue, and now things should proceed and everything is fine. Maybe we should also document why we have this temporary file. Create an empty, create a TMP dummy file, create an empty TMP dummy file to remember that this program has renamed the file. If the program would crash before the file was renamed again, the program would crash before the file was renamed back to the original name, then the program will be able to recover from the state the next time this code runs successfully. Creates an empty TMP dummy file to remember that this program has renamed the file. If the program would crash before the file was renamed back to the previous name, then the program will be able to recover from the state the next time this code runs. The program will be able to recover the condition will be able to recover then the rename condition yeah. Okay, make this private. Okay, cool. I think this works all correctly, maybe. Okay. Good. So we were able to load into the menu with stack tracing enabled. Let's do it one more time. So now we have actually the DLL in here, right? Let's compile one more time. Yeah. Okay, so what should happen now? It should, like, really swiftly, it should rename it to buck and then back. And we should be able to create the DirectX device without crashing here on the AMD drivers, with the AMD drivers. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't even see this happening, right? Because it's really swiftly that this will happen, right? Ah, we have a breakpoint in there. Okay. Okay, so let me put here unload. So we have initialized processes is 1. So it will clean up 1. Oh, it didn't clean up. Haha. Aha. The condition is wrong. While not empty. There we go. Okay, so that was already wrong. Good that we checked that. Let me also put here this. It's a bit easier to see. Okay, so that was wrong. Okay, but let's continue anyway. Ignore. Blah, blah. Okay. Okay, inst. Free. Okay. Debug help rename, and now it will rename the DLL. Yeah. Bug and the TMP file is created. Yeah. Now it will do some stuff. Oh, it crashes. Oops. Oops. Why? We had renamed the DLL, no? Why is it crashing now? What is this? Why is it crashing? What? Okay, I'm baffled. I'm baffled. Didn't that work before? Why is it crashing now? I don't understand. What did we do? What? Is a debug help loaded here? Oh, it is loaded. Aha. Debug help is loaded somehow. Okay, how did that happen? Okay, let's do it one more time. And step through why this is not... Yeah, why is this... Something didn't go to plan here. Okay, let's rename this back. Can also delete this one. Spy settings. Okay. Jesus Christ. Maybe maybe it didn't unload it because we didn't call sim cleanup. Maybe then it fails to unload, but it's weird. It's weird, yeah. Okay, there we go. So debug help is currently loaded from our game install directory. Yeah. Okay, then we step in here. Okay, now we call sim cleanup correctly. That's good. I don't know what's doing here right now. Okay, it's heavily optimized by the look of it. Okay, we just assume that it calls in the sim cleanup and it's all good. Okay. Okay, and then we have this module, yeah. And now we call free library. And that removed it. Okay, excellent. Now Set that as 0. Now we delete our instance. And then we free it. Destroy, I mean, destroy and then free. And then we set it to null. Okay, then we rename the file here. Yeah. Then we continue, and now it still crashes. Whoa. Whoa. Why? Debug help. Somehow it's loaded again. How is this loaded? Who's loading it? And how? How can this be loaded here? Oh, was there maybe like an allocation in between that? Oh, there was an allocation in between again that created that. Oh, right. I see. Okay. So we have another condition where we need to say we block creation. We block it. Yeah. Huh. Okay. I see. Okay, I understand the problem. That's really unfortunate. Good. We go to debug help loader, and we say here we create a static bool allow allow creation. Can create. Allow load. Allow load. Whether it is allowed to load debug help.dll. Okay, and then we say here allow loads. We say if allow loads, if not allow loads, then return false. Then we say here static void allow load bool allow. Let's put that here. Bool allow loads. Allow loads. Dum 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 dum. Bum bum bum. Allow loads. Allow loads equals bool allow. Somehow it doesn't work. Voids. Okay. If not allow loads, false. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then in our set whether it is allowed to load a debug help, yeah. Return whether debug help is loaded. Okay, and then allow loads. We go to yeah, display. Where is it? No? Where is it? Here, this function. Okay. And here we go to here and we say debug help allow loads false. And then only when everything is done, where's the end of the scope? Here. Then here, when everything is done, we do allow load true. Okay, let's add a comment. The super hackers add bug fix. Today is the 14th. Technically, we implemented yesterday already, so let's put the yesterday state. 2825. So what it does, so this is a hack. This is a hack. Prevent unload debug help.dll and prevent it from by the way, this allow load, hold on. Oh, it's being allocated in the temporary file renamer. Oh. So this one allocates. I see. It's this allocation here of file name. I was just thinking, like, if we rename the file, that already disallows it to load, right? prevent other code from loading debug help DLL. Unload debug help and prevent it from loading. This avoids crashing on boot when using AMD drivers, using recent AMD drivers. Crashing on boot using AMD drivers, which attempt to use debug help DLL, but are unable to do that, so because the debug help.dll that ships with the game is very old, and likely the AMD drivers, the AMD code cannot does not handle that correctly. This is a hack. I need to get some new water. Okay, so far so good. So we don't allow load internally here, but then we also have to do this. So it's like a double protection here. Basically what happens here, it's a bit unfortunate. Can we change this to say, can we get rid of this guy? Allow load. That would make this a bit easier, simpler. But then we need to avoid any allocations on this one here. I don't know. Would have to use buffers here, char buffers. Yeah. TMP. So what we could try is, so instead of ASCII string, we could use a char, file name max pass. Say deliberately using buffers to avoid allocations. And then here we say rename to. Yeah, but then we also need to change this here. Let's put this comment here. Okay, so how would we implement that? I think first we would need to remove this function. And then we would need to have we would have str copy file name and rename to okay. And that, and then here we would say which say tmp file name max pass str copy destination tmp file name, that file name. Then we would remove this here and then put that. We just put that here. Now remove this here. And then we do strcat, and I would cat the TMP string here. And then I would have opened that. Okay. And then here we would do the same here. We'll put that here. This one, we put it here. We initialize it to 0. Okay, then we remove this one. Remove that and that. And then here we say if 0 equals null, then str copy strcat. And then remove that. Okay. So this is how we would avoid allocations in this class. And then I think it would not be necessary to set this explicitly disabled here. Where are we? display here. Oh, we are in the display already. Okay, scroll down here. Then I think this is no longer necessary. Yeah, we just need to avoid an allocation until the rename is accomplished, right? And then we should be good to go. You unload debug help and prevent it from loading. This avoids crashing on boot using recent AMD drivers, which attempt to use debug help but are unable to do so because the debug help that ships with the game is very old and likely AMD code, and evidently the AMD code doesn't handle that correctly. Unloads debug prevent it from loading. This avoids crashing on boot using recent AMD drivers, which attempt to load and use debug help. Right, this is very old, and evidently AMD code does not handle that correctly. This is a hack. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Fails. Okay, well, that's not good. Allow load. Allow load. Ah, okay. I see. Allow load. Let's remove that for now. By the way, the music sucks here. What is that? Can we have some? Can we have some better playlists here? Okay, I already went through quite a bit. This one was a good mix. Okay, so let's remove this bullshit again. And this. And this. Okay, let's try that. Good. So then we wait for the display breakpoints. Yeah. Okay, so basically we don't want the renamer to allocate anymore, because that in turn will cause a stick trace to enable. Yeah, the debug help to load again through the stick tracing. You know, I'm a bit wary of this one though, because let's say someone refactors the code in here and introduces an allocation. Then this whole then this silently falls apart again, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not very robust because it's easy to break the contract, right? Like you could use some new API in here that will make an allocation. Yeah. Maybe we should keep it the way it was. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we should stick with the ASCII string. It's yeah. Yeah. Let's put that back in there. So that was this str. Okay. It would be nice if we could give the ASCII string also an allocator, STD allocator. Yeah. Okay, well, this should work now again. Yeah. Okay, then let's go back to our here. Then we put this back in as well. My gosh. It's not now. Okay, so we have allow load, and we also need to put it up here. Allow loads true. Okay. Okay. Then next we do compile again. Yeah. I'll go back to display. So we also then need to put this one back, allow load, and this one, allow load true. Okay, for some reason it complains here. I don't know why. It compiles, fine. Okay, let's run this. Good. So unload. Let's see. Yeah, clean up. Thank you. Free library modules. Let's check for debug help. It's not in there. Fantastic. Okay. All right. Free. Okay. Boom. Done. Allow loads. Okay. And so now on this guy, it will do some allocations, but it has not loaded debug help. Okay. Fantastic. Then let's put a breakpoint down here. I think that's not necessary. Let's just press F5 and didn't crash. And what about debug help? It's loaded again in here. Yeah. So it has loaded it afterwards, after we reached this here, right? I wonder if we can put this closer to here. Set render device. Yeah, maybe we should maybe we should, yeah, allow load, rename. I think it would be good to explicitly set allow load to true again after the debug help renammer has done its job, because otherwise we might actually load the other debug help DLL after we are done, before we did the rename. So let's say there's some allocation here before this destruction. Like, let's say something in here on destruction actually allocates after allow load was already set to true down here, right? So like it destroys here at this location, right? So maybe there could be a discrepancy. We should probably say first rename and then allow load again. So I think what would be good is if we say here, yeah, because it allocates here, right? So I think that can happen. Debug help. Let me see what it does. What it did. Debug help. Yeah, it did actually, as you can see here, it did actually load from Windows. Yeah, that's wrong. Okay, man. Yeah. Then what we do is we create functions. We call a rename. We do a bool rename. Then we do bool reverts. Revert rename. Okay. Then here we take this guy and we put it into the revert rename. And then we take this guy and we put it in here. Then here we call rename. We should, before we do this, we should do a revert rename. Revert rename. I should say here if file name dot empty return false, return false, return true, rename, return true, return false, rename, file name, rename to, reverts, rename. Then we are still missing something here. Remove. We can do a bool success false, bool success equals true, rename to dot clear, file name clear, rename, revert, rename. Okay, and then what we do is we can also create another constructor here. Do this. File name empty. Okay. And then what we can do now is here, before we actually where are we? Here. Here we can do renamer dot revert rename. There we go. Okay, then maybe we just call it revert. Revert. Has no member reverts. Why? Let's see. Revert, allow load, true. Okay, this should work correctly now. Let's test that. So basically it should load again the DLL from the game directory, not from Windows, right? Yeah. Jesus Christ. This code is really quite intricate, right? Yeah. Good. So debug help is loaded here from the game directory. Yeah. It's interesting that there's like this symbol here. What is this? It's an ampersand. Cannot print that correctly here. Okay. Okay. Unloads, allow loads. Okay, debug help renamer. So this has now renamed this file. No, it did not. Okay, something went wrong here. What went wrong? Oh, when we call reverts, it will clear these names. I see. Well, that's not right. Right. How do we do that? Revert. Right. We need to assign this afterwards. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. And then actually we can also skip that part. Yeah. Yeah, this should work now. Let's try that again. Okay. Okay, so debug help is loaded. Yep. We wait a moment. Oh my gosh, the spam. Oh my gosh. EA shipped a file that shouldn't have been shipped in the game, dear problem. Shouldn't be in the D at all. Yeah. I agree with this assessment. That actually You know what we could also have done? We could have just loaded debug help from Windows directory instead of the local directory. That could have also worked, maybe, right? Maybe. Because I do wonder if this debug help actually works correctly. Maybe it doesn't, right? But okay. Okay, so we unloaded debug help. We don't allow loading. We okay, it's been renamed now. Yep. Okay. And now we load, and we have a breakpoint down here. Okay. Okay. And now we revert the rename. Let me debug that real quick. Rename. Remove. Here we are missing a condition. Success. Okay. Okay. And now we allow load. And then here it should soon load it again, right? Debug help. No, it has loaded it still from Windows. Huh. Huh. Okay, that's unexpected. Why did it load it from Windows? Okay, let's debug this again. If tmp file name dot is empty, okay, when we have this implemented, what we could do is we could try to simplify this whole logic by saying maybe we don't load the debug help ever from the game install directory, but actually from Windows directory. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but not sure. Maybe that's a different step. Okay, so unload should have unloaded it. Yeah, it's gone. Okay, so we don't allow load. We rename it. Good, it is renamed. Good, so then we go back here. Debug help is loaded now. Why is it loaded? Who loaded it? Ah, the AMD driver has loaded it now. Uh-huh. The AMD driver has loaded this bullshit? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, well, if that's the case, Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, then how about Windows get Windows directory? Windows, what directory? System. Windows system directory. Get system directory, system32. Okay, then maybe what we should do is, instead of doing all this renaming shit, instead we do we do here load DL path. Get system directory. Char system dir the max path. Get system directory. System dir max path. Use size takes what? Hold on. Use size, the maximum size of the buffer in t-chars. Okay. Max path. Okay. Maybe we can say here array size system dir. Okay. And then here we do system dir dot str cat system dir dbghelp.dll. How about we say dll file name? Load library. Load library A. Okay, then we don't no longer pass the DLL path here. We just say load. Now the question is, what do we do if it's not, if it doesn't find it in the system directory? Can that happen? Yeah. I don't know if there's a system where the debug help. Hold on, let me see. Windows XP debug help DLL. Debug help Windows XP system 32. I'm getting error debug help is not found. Debug help. Is that shipped? Put a copy of the file in these folders. So it is possible. It is possible that maybe on some older systems, this debug help is not in the. It's not inside the system 32 directory, right? Then maybe what we say, if it doesn't find it in the system directory, then we look locally. So look into local, look into work, look in work directory. Load from Windows system directory. Failed. Load from work directory. Load debug help DLL from Windows system directory. Has failed. Not found. Okay, then we do a DLL file name, str copy file name. We can just do it directly. We do this, that, load directory. We just pass here, debug help. There we go. And then if it still has failed, then we return fail. Try load from work directory. Try load. From the work directory, from the system directory. Okay. Then here we remove that and that. Okay. We remove that and that. Okay. I think this looks good. Then we go to display. So we unload it. Well, it's still necessary then to unload it. Unload. I mean, it would already be unload, allow load. Okay, I mean, on modern systems, this shouldn't be necessary anymore, right? If it loads it from system 32, then there's no harm here. Maybe we can add a flag here. Bool loaded from system. Is loaded. Returns whether dbghelp is loaded from the system directory. Okay, is loaded from system. Then we add this flag. Loaded from system. Sorry, dbghelp, sorry. I'm failed. True. Else loaded from system, false. Else loaded from system, true. Well, we don't really need that here, right? To say inst loaded from system, then we'll also say here loaded from system, false. Loaded from system. Okay, and then we say here there is 3D display. Then we say if dbghelp loader is not dbghelp is loaded and it's not loaded from the system. dbghelp.rename revert allow load true. Bool unload dbghelp equals that. Unload. Here we do if that. Okay, in the meantime, we can also move this one probably closer to move that closer to here. Okay. And I think we can move this one also closer to set render device, right? Yeah. Now, would this be strictly necessary here, this hack? Not really, I think, because on modern systems it should always load now the debug help from the system. So I think this code is not strictly necessary, but it would prevent the trouble if it actually did load the debug help from local. Yeah. Note that this hack is not necessary if the debug help DLL was loaded from the system directory. This hack is not necessary if the debug help was loaded from the system directory. It's not required. Can make this const. Load, allow load. Yeah, so this is not strictly necessary, this stuff. So let's comment this out. Yeah. Let's comment this out. So basically, it should now already work correctly with DLL in here. With the DLL placed in here. And let's put a breakpoint in game and no, in oh, what's the name? I forgot the name of the file we created. Debug help loader. This one. So let me put a breakpoint in here. There. So basically, it should load this thing now from Windows System 32. Okay. And that puts it in there. Okay, that didn't work. Or did it? Oh, that doesn't look right. Okay, looks like we need to write it like so. Say function Windows. This function is this Windows XP, Windows 2000. Yeah. Is there a function to append a Windows function append pass separator? Let's ask ChatGPT. Is there a Windows function to append a pass separator comparator to a string does not provide path append. Add backslash. No, then we just do it like this for now. I think that's good enough. Obviously, this needs, I mean, other systems won't load dbghelp.dll to begin with. It's Windows specific. Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay, so we have this directory. We append that. Okay, this looks good. Okay, so DLL file name, yeah, this looks good. And that has loaded from the system. That succeeded, fantastic. And now we go through all these guys, and that has loaded that, and that, and that, and all these guys. Let me go to the watch, and we look at this, and we can't see this because it's a static. Right, we look at inst. We look at inst, and inst looks good. Yeah, looks good. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then basically now when we reach the W3D display, then this one here shouldn't crash, right? Yeah. Okay. So resolution, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay. And then that succeeds. Fantastic. Okay, that works. Okay, I think that's a better solution. So we don't do this renaming shenanigans at all, which means we can delete this class here again. We don't need that bullshit, which makes the whole thing much, much easier. Now the question is, will this all work correctly then? I hope so. Yeah, I hope. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we just bypass loading the debug help DLL that is in the install folder. Then we don't need this renaming trickery here. Yeah. Okay, makes it a lot easier. Then how about we put that comment here? We put that comment in here. So this is then try load debug from a system directory first. This avoids crashing on boot using recent AMD drivers which attempt to load and use dbghelp DL, but are unable to do so because the debug help that ships with the game is very old and evidently the AMD code does not handle that correctly. This is like, oh, but we have a problem. What if... hold on. What if we didn't load it yet? Then the okay. This will avoid problems. Yeah. Hold on. I think this doesn't fix the issue entirely. This avoids crashing on boot using recent AMD which attempt to load and use. I have to do so because... yeah. So the issue here is, maybe, hold on. Okay, let's see what the AMD driver does. Maybe the AMD driver also loads this from the system directory and not from the game directory. Yeah, maybe not. Let's see. So what we do is we keep this code. We go to the display. We disable the debug and the stack trace. Okay. And then, yeah. So the question is if we did not load, debug help, then yeah, let's see what happens. And then we can talk strategy. Yeah. Good. So did that succeed? Yes. Okay. So so now we don't have any stack tracing, which means that maybe the debug help is not loaded yet at all, right? Let me put a breakpoint in here. Oh, we already have one. Okay. Okay. Then let's run that. Aha. Okay, so it didn't load debug help from our side yet, which means that now it's up to the driver what it loads. Yeah, and it could crash, right? It crashes. Didn't crash at the place I expected it to be, though. What? Okay, it was the unexpected crash. Call stack. Ah, there we go. That's more like it. Yeah. Okay. So the problem is if the driver is the first to load debug help, then it will actually try to load it from there. Okay, well, in that case, we need to have stuff in here. Okay, then we do actually need this renamer shit. Yeah. Okay, unload debug help and prevent it. Okay, we say if debug help is loaded, it's loaded from system, not loaded from system. Unload, allow load false. Allow load false. Unload. Okay, I think what we need to do is we need to take this out of here. Put this here. Put this here. Remove this. So if debug help is loaded and it is not loaded from system, then we unload and we don't allow load. Then we rename debug help, and then here at the end we revert the rename. We always need to revert it, so we do this. And we allow load. We don't need this condition there, I think. Don't need this condition. Or do we? Let's see. Allow load. Revert. Allow load. should keep it consistent. I think it's not ultimately necessary, but I think it's the right thing to do. It's a bit inconvenient here. Can we avoid that somehow? Allow debug help if necessary. And prevent it from loading. No, actually, on second thought, I think we need the renaming also only needs to be done. No. It's correct. No, hold on. Something is not right here. There is one condition where we don't need to do anything, where we don't need to rename. And that is if we already have the system debug help loaded, then we don't need to rename anything, right? So how do we say that? Debug help loaded. Const bool debug help loaded from system. Good. So if it is loaded and if it is loaded from the system, then we need to do nothing. Do nothing. Everything is safe. If it is loaded, else if unload allow load false, and then we put the renamer here, and so this guy will do a rename. And here, else, so if it's not loaded from system, and it's also not loaded at all, we still need to rename. Jesus Christ. Unload debug help if necessary and prevent it from loading. Do nothing. This is okay. Attempts to load and use debug help. Attempt to load. Which attempt? Attempt to load and use debug help from the game install directory, but are unable to do so because that dbg.dll, because dbg.dll, the chips with the game is very old and the AMD code does not handle that correctly. This is a hack. This hack is not required if the dbg.dll was loaded from the system directory. Unable to do so correctly because chips with the game is very old and it's not handled that correctly. This hack is not required. The debug help was loaded from the system directory. Do nothing. This is okay. Okay, so if the debug help is loaded, we unload it and we don't allow load. And then we rename. Rename. Okay, and then if we are done, do nothing. This is okay. Else if allow loads, reverts. Yeah, it's not great, but if it does the job correctly, then I think we can live with that, right? Load it from system, do nothing, this is okay. Help load it, then we revert that. Hold on, do we really? Hold on, revert, allow load true. Do we really need all these conditions here? Can we just say revert or and allow load true? Yeah, I think we can just call revert and allow load again. That's it. I think that should be safe enough. Yeah. Maybe we can do here bool I would say we do it differently. Allow load. Say a block load. Int. Oh shit. Int block load counter. Unblock load. Blocks or unblocks. Blocks or unblocks. Blocks and unblocks. Loading. Block load. So we do block load counter 0. Block load counter block loads plus block load. Return true. Well, I mean, if it always returns true, do voids. Voids. Blocks, loading, and debug help. Unblocks, loading, debug help DL. Returns true if unblocked. Unblock loads. If minus minus return minus minus block load counter equals 0. If block load counter is larger than 0, false. Voids. Int. Okay, so far so good. Then next step, we go back to W3D display. We say block loads. And here we say unblock load. There we go. Okay. Unload, block load. I think this will work. Let's see. So we put a breakpoint in here. And it has failed. Okay, didn't work. Is loaded from system. Loaded from system. That has failed. What is that? It's loaded from system. Why is it failing? Did we delete that by mistake? Ah, we didn't implement that yet. Is loaded from system. Is loaded from system. Failed. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's try that. Yeah. And crash. Okay, fantastic. Did it rename? It didn't rename. Okay, why not? What is wrong this time? Display in it. We placed the hack too late. Oh, okay. So actually, we already need to protect before init. Okay. Well, in that case, we need to move that thing back up. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let me move it back here. Okay. Okay. And tag. Begin hack. And hack. Begin hack. End hack. We just say this is okay, do nothing. Hold on, there still is an error here. This one, this unblock load is now unmatched with this one. So we actually need to we should also put it in here. Maybe. It's okay for now. This is okay, do nothing and hack. Okay, so we need to move this block load. We need to move this actually here. Block load. Yeah. Unload. And how about here we simplify this? You say if it's loaded, and then here put that. Okay, then we can remove this. That makes it a bit easier. Yeah. I don't like this, the hack comments, just makes it bulkier. Okay. Okay, let's try that. Let's put a breakpoint though. Okay. So it's not loaded, so we just rename it. And that will work, yeah. And now we will revert the rename. And we will unblock the load. Step in here. And that counter will be 0 afterwards. Okay, this works correctly. Okay, cool. I think this is our go-to fix. Yeah, that was actually quite difficult to fix. There's so much to it. Many fail conditions there. Okay, cool. Then let me test it one more time here with the stack tracing to see if that is still okay. Yeah. Reload. Oof. What happened? What happened? Okay. Stack tracing. We have a breakpoint there. Okay, let's compile. What's the time? 4 hours 20. Are we going strong here? Well, I think I will take a break soon. Okay, let's set that to install. Okay, so DLL. Okay, and I will load it from here. Okay, that's good. All right, it's loaded from system. Good. Much appreciated. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that one actually did nothing, right? Because everything is okay. Yeah. And that should just work fine. Yeah. Fantastic. And then there's nothing to revert here, right? Nothing to revert because this file name is empty. And here we'll set it to 0 again and we're good to go. Okay. The implementation is correct. Everything works correctly. No more crashing by the debug help. Fantastic. Fantastic. Actually, let me still check if the shutdown works correctly without pressing a board button. I think we can also remove this comment here. It's not necessary. Is there any other codelet loads debug help in this code base? Let me see. No. Nothing else. Good. Then we still need to test what happens if we run this against the tools. Because now the tools, they still use a debug help lib. So we need to figure that out, what to do with that. And then we need to clean up the change, move the allocator in a new file and this other thing in a new file. Yeah, exit game, ignore. All good. Okay, good. Maybe we can already do a little cleanup. So we want to remove debug help loader. So we can remove this one here. Okay. Okay. Okay, anything else? I think we can do a bit of cleanup in stack dump. We can remove this one and this one and this one and all this. There we go. Okay. And this one. There we go. Okay, anything else? Okay. We can clean up this class here a little bit. W3D dump, display. Here, clean that up. Okay. Okay. Maybe we can rename this to temp file. No, let's leave it. Temporary file renamer. Maybe we just call it file renamer. Or we call it file rename class. File rename. File renamer. I think it's fine. Okay. Good. The next session, we move these two classes into a new file. Then we test the tools. Yeah, we test the tools. And then we need to test if it compiles and runs in VC6, right? That's on top. Yeah. Okay. Good. But I think so far already very promising. It's quite a intricate fix. Well, it's very important because this is one of the #1 crashes when people are unable to load it. Right. I actually wonder what is the market share now of AMD desktop GPU market share. I would assume that this is rising because the CPUs and the GPUs are pretty good from AMD, right? I mean, I remember in the past, NVIDIA and Intel, they were always dominating AMD. Oh, wow. Okay, according to this, NVIDIA still has a 92% market share. What? How is NVIDIA so dominating in GPUs? I don't understand that. Because the AMD graphic cards, they're not bad, right? AMD's market share has dropped to 8%. Why is it so much less than NVIDIA? I don't understand that. Is NVIDIA so much better? Was they just have better marketing or cheaper prices? Why is AMD so far behind? That doesn't make sense. Because they don't make bad hardware, apart from this crashing driver, right? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I will take a break here. We have a clear mission for the next session. Yeah. Good. Then I wish you a great day or night until next time. Goodbye.